and every one of you. Well, this is Irvan David. And if you're looking for health awareness, elevation, games, stories, songs, comedy, and more, then come check it out. Irvan David Show. Honey man and woman, them know. Content for your channel start grow. Stop right so we all the info. You hear the name in the intro. This is Irvan David Show. So comment, like, subscribe, and hit that bell. And don't forget to share me on. Yeah? Irvan David say love, manners, and elevation. Each and every one of you. Well, this is Irvan David. And if you're looking for health awareness, elevation, games, stories, songs, comedy, and more, then come check it out. Content for your channel start grow. Stop right just so we all the info. You're hearing the name in the intro. This is Irvan David Show. So comment, like, subscribe, and hit that bell. And don't forget to share me out. Yeah? Irvan David say love, manners, and elevation. Let's greetings each and every one of you. Well, this is Irvan David. And if you're looking for health awareness, elevation, games, stories, songs, comedy, and more, then come check me out. Irvan David Show. Honey man and woman, them know. Content for your channel start grow. Stop right just so we all the info. You hear the name in the intro. This is Irvan David.
Well, bless greetings to each and every one of you. I want to thank each and every one of you who come in, those who are in the comments, and those who, are behind the curtains and, choose to stay unknown. I want to say blessed manners, love, and elevation to you all tonight. Yeah. Well, this is basically a silent stream, but I'm just gonna run through you. Because most of you may know that, as a baby, I was diagnosed with a rare intestinal disease. So I'm going to kind of explain that a little bit, maybe for about 10 minutes maybe. And then just go into a live stream. I didn't really have anything planned for today, especially to go live, I did go live earlier today, but that was just a little testing and just messing around a little bit at work and stuff like that. But yeah, this one here is basically again a silent stream, but for the first few minutes you will be hearing what Hirschsprung's disease is. I was born with a rare disease called Hirschsprung's disease, and I'm just gonna go into it and explain. So tell a friend by sharing this out, and because today is Health Awareness Wednesday, so I have to throw some type of health in this LS. Yeah, manners, love, and elevation. Servant David says so. Yeah. Well, I got the scars to show. I barely made it along like you. Cause when my life got dark, he was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. Real story, true words them there. Well, this is Servant David. And this one here, it's a vid, and I know I said I was gonna do this more in my LSs. So this is, I'm not sure if it will be the last, but this is the first video I'm really doing, kind of strictly maintaining towards health. So you may see me looking down, and that's because I'm reading over my notes, and because I don't want to, miss anything out. So I may be reading straight, or I may be reading piece. You can tell when I'm reading or whatever. But I kind of want to get this across to you as best as I can. So down below in the comments, you guys tell me what you think, and we'll go from there. Yeah. So as a child, I was born with a rare disease called Hirschsprung's disease, and Hirschsprung's disease is basically it's like an intestinal disease, and it's a very, very, very rare disease. They say 1 in 5,000 kids are born with it. But guess what? I'm that one. Yeah. Under the age of a year old, I had 5 different open stomach surgeries. 5 different open stomach surgeries. And it's all due to me being born with Hirschsprung's disease. Blessed greetings, Richie Rich. Thank you for being here. Chef, thank you also for being here. Manners, love, and elevation to you all. Again, in case you missed it, this is actually basically a silent stream, but I'm going to be, because some of you may know that, I talk about health awareness on my thing. And I was born with a rare disease called Hirschsprung's disease. And not many are familiar with that. So I'm just explaining, what it is, and then probably turn this into a live stream like I planned, and probably not, depending on the amount of people that are interacting or whatever. I might just turn it into a health awareness LS. So if you can, I appreciate you if you can share it out, because it's some good information. Yeah. So again, manners, love, and elevation. Hirschsprung's disease it's a disease which occurs in approximately, like I said before, 5,000 newborn kids. Hirschsprung's disease it's a condition you are born with, that causes blockage in your intestines. And they say that children with Hirschsprung disease lack nerves in the bottom segment of the colon. These nerves normally allow the muscles in the wall of the bowels to contract, moving digested materials downstream toward the anus so that it can be, eliminated outside of the body. A child's large intestines, You guys listen to this. A newborn baby's large intestines is 5 feet long. 5 feet long. And Hirschsprung disease can affect either a small or large portion of that organ. The condition occurs most commonly in the upper rectum or the sigmoid colon, which is the very last part of the large intestines before stool reaches the anus. Children with Hirschsprung disease will always need surgery and to remove the non-functional segment of the intestines and restore the ability to push out stool through the, digest through the anus, with proper surgical care and aftercare and all of that. They say that children with that are born with that, and they go through proper care, proper surgeries and stuff like that, most recover and they can go on with a normal life, and things can move as functional. For me, it took a while for it to actually be okay, per se, because I would have certain issues. Like, I would have to worry about things that I eat, certain foods I couldn't eat. Even now, I can't eat certain foods or too much of certain foods, such as dairy, which we shouldn't eat dairy anyways, but that's for another topic, but dairy, certain greens I can't have, or else it'll run my belly. Now, with me going through that as a child, I didn't have much of a childhood like a lot of others did. You know how you would have some sleepovers sometimes? I couldn't sleep over. It was rough in school. At times I would have accidents because, remember, the nerves inside are damaged. So it takes a long time for them to be restored, if they ever get restored. But yeah, it's been a rough time with it. I think maybe my last episode with it was maybe in my 20s, my early 20s, 23, 24, somewhere around like that, where I last had any problems. I mean, I would go to the bathroom on myself in my sleep, especially in my sleep. Once in a while, it would happen during the day, but yeah, a lot in my sleep, back in my younger years. And the last episode that ever happened that was concerning that, my stomach or anything like that, I was probably about 24 years old, so that was, and I'm what, 47 now, so soon to be 48. So yeah, but I just wanted to kind of tell you guys a little bit about that. And again, I am not a doctor, as you probably can see, and I don't want to be a doctor. But anything that I tell you that maybe that is related to health or pertaining to health, don't just take it from me. I'm not saying don't listen to me, because I know what I'm talking about. But you have to go do your own research and talk to who you have to talk to get the knowledge that you need to confirm that what I'm saying is actually true whenever you hear me talking about certain things, and as from some may say, well, why would you even come out and tell people that, or why would you give people things in such detail? Why? Because I am honest, straightforward, raw, uncut, upfront. And a lot of times I just speak from my mind or my heart. I speak out. Like, I speak as I don't think sometimes, even though you should, before I talk, because what I'm going to say is truth. Sometimes I need to think about how I'm going to say it, because a lot of times it's not what you say, it's how you say it, and I'm aware that that can offend someone. But anyone who knows me knows that I never intentionally offend someone unless, you know, it's a selfish, out of flesh payback or something like that, you know. But also I tell my situation because sometimes silence can hurt. So by me speaking out, there could be many others who actually go through that and experience that, or have experienced that, or are going through something else that they thought was so bad, and they see this and it encourage them to go on and go on and go on. All right. So again, this is Servant David, and this topic is Hirschsprung's disease. I just want to tell each and every one of you that always remember to put God first in all that you do. All that you do. So with that being said, I want to say, Almighty God, I thank you. And I give you glory for this video right here. May it reach someone who maybe have went through the same thing I've been through, or maybe it just educates someone on it. Lord God, I thank you for your presence. I thank you for your glory. And I say hallelujah and amen. And to you, and you, and you, manners, love, and elevation. Servant David says so.
I tell you, it just warmed my heart when I found out that Servant David was doing health awareness Wednesdays on YouTube. I tell you, it just blessed my heart. It blessed the information that he gives us is so important. You guys have got to go check it out. Tell a friend to subscribe, comment, and like and share. Servant David on YouTube. Health Awareness Wednesdays. I tells you. I tell you, it just warmed my heart when I found out that Servant David was doing health awareness Wednesdays on YouTube. I tell you, it just blessed my heart. It blessed the information that he gives us is so important. You guys have got to go check it out. Tell a friend to subscribe, comment, and like and share. Servant David on YouTube. Health Awareness Wednesdays. I tells you.
Blessed greetings, each and every one. Well, I am Servant David, and today is Health Awareness Wednesdays. Blessed greetings to you, Shane. I want to thank you for coming in. Manners, love, and elevation to you. Bless up, my brother. You don't know how the things set up, yeah? Well, this is basically going to be a silent stream, but I'm just, you know, dropping a little bit of health topics in it because, you know, that's my thing, health awareness. And today just happens to be Health Awareness Wednesdays. I wasn't even gonna go live, but I don't know, something just said go ahead and run a little silent. But you know the reason I'm here on YouTube to spread health awareness. So that's what I'm doing, and then, you know, just kicking back. So how was your day, my bro? How was your day? How Angie? How the family? How everybody? Just real brief, you know, for those of you who may live in the east part of the country, like you know, Connecticut and New York and those places, you know. Some of you may live in other places like Jamaica, Africa, so you're kind of used to the heat. You know what I mean? But just a little advisory for those of you who live in like Connecticut and those places, or even anywhere that is hot, weather-wise. Just a few tips and pointers. You know, it's best on hot days. You know, if you are fortunate to have a washing machine and a dryer in your house, it's best to wash early morning and dry early morning, or in the evening, late in the evening, opposed to in the middle of the day when it is hot. You know, the less energy that you use, the less hot you'll be, and the less energy or electricity that you have to end up paying for. You know, if you have pets, make sure that they have water, and make sure that they're shaded properly. You know, proper bedding. You know, clean properly, and all those things. Drink lots of water, preferably alkaline water. But drink lots of water, not sodas and too many juices. Smoothies are good, especially if they're from the straight from the fruit. You know. If you don't have a washing machine, and for those of you who sit there and wash with your hands, which I think is the best way, but also very, a lot of energy you use doing that. Try not to do that in the sun. I don't care how much you say you're used to it, don't do it in the sun, yeah? You know, and if you do have a dryer, you know, I advise you, don't use the dryer. Hang out your clothes to dry. You know what I mean? Right now, it is about 95 degrees, 96 degrees in the shade. That's in the shade. Trust me, it's hot. It's hot. It's hot. I don't like the cold, so I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's hot. And to avoid heat strokes, we need to take precautionary measures, you know? So, hope you got a little something from that. And also, check on your elders. Check on your elders who may be in homes by themselves or anything like that. Make sure that they are all right, you know? And stay AC'd up. If you can't eat, if you like to eat ice, eat one bite, you know? But, and don't get frustrated. Any little argument, walk away. Because the more angry you get, the more hot and frustrated you're going to get. The more you toss and you turn and you're going to get hotter and hotter. So, just a few little basic pointers that I wanted to share with you. Until next time, Servant David said, love, manners, and elevation. You know what, good, yeah? This is Surf and if you're looking for health awareness,
elevation, games, stories, songs, comedy, and more. Then come check me out. Servant David Show. I man and woman them know. Content me your channel start grow. Stop right just so we all the info. You're the name in the intro. In the Servant David Show. Come in, like, subscribe, hit that bell. And don't forget to share me out. Yeah, Servant David said love, man, and elevation. Let's read it to that person who just came in. Yeah.
Blessed greetings, Miss Brown. Mwah. Thank you for being here, yeah?
We're just going to be talking about a little health issue. Not issue, really. But then again, it is an issue, yeah?
I'm good. How are you? I'm blessed, you know? Blessed and extremely favored, I would say. How was your day? How was your day?
In the name of the Father, the Son, and of course the Holy Spirit. I just want to touch on this thing called HIV/AIDS. And, you know, put a little education to it, inform someone who may be misinformed about it, you know, because this thing went viral, basically, say, in the early 80s to the mid 80s. You know, it started to go rampant around the whole entire United States. But it actually started long before then. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was in back in the 1920s, you know, and it kind of originated from, I guess there were monkeys, right, or chimpanzees back in Africa or whatever, and you used to have, like, you know, the guys that go out there and they hunt. They used to, you know, eat monkey. So the hunters would go out there and either get injured somehow and come in some type of contact with the monkey, whether it be getting bit or it be even as far as injuring themselves. They have a cut on their hand or something like that, and they, you know, because they're hunters. And in the process of chopping the monkey and dealing with the, you know, chopping it up and stuff like that, the blood eventually gets into them, and by also eating the infected monkey. And it could have also been women, because women also used to take care of the food and stuff like that. So that's how they say it originated from. And there's a lot of other things that happened from it, of how it really got, you know, to spread so rapid. You know, I'm not really going to touch that topic. I'm actually going to save that one for another time. But just to shed a little light on it briefly, there was a doctor named Robert Gallo, and he basically injected a couple of humans with it, and it, you know, began to spread even more like that. Now, this thing called HIV is a monster, and it's a genius. It's a very smart thing, you know. And it can trick the body into doing and thinking lots of things. For any of you who may be in the medical field and know anything about the human body and the cells of the human body, the human body is made up of many different cells. The two basic type of cells that make up the human body are the red blood cells and the white blood cells. Now, the red blood cells, they are
there for your oxygen. They help your oxygen and all of that. The white blood cells, those are the white blood cells that fight off all type of infectious bacteria. Those are your soldier cells, per se. So they fight off all sicknesses and stuff like that. When the body, well, let me back up a little bit, sorry. I didn't rehearse or anything like that, so please, you know, I'm a little nervous about doing this because I want to get the right message across the right way, and you know it's hard. No. So the human body is supposed to have an average of between 500 and 1,200 white blood cells. Again, the white blood cells are the blood cells that fight off bacteria. Now, when HIV enters into the body, the first place that it goes is into the stomach. It hides inside your intestines, and it builds up. As it builds up, I wish I had some type of dialogue or something that I can show you. You know, some type of animation, something that I can show you. But the virus builds up inside the stomach, and it has to go out into your body. As it goes out into your body, it attacks specifically the white blood cells. It does not touch the red blood cells. It only attacks the white blood cells because that's what it was designed to do. That's what it does. So it attacks the white blood cells. When it launches on to the white blood cell, it embeds itself inside the white blood cell. So the body that is producing these white blood cells, when they see that white blood cell, it gets confused and thinks that it's a healthy cell, when in all actuality, it's really a sick cell. The virus, the AIDS virus, is inside that white blood cell, maturing and growing. When it reaches to a certain point, it actually destroys that white blood cell completely and goes on to another cell and other cells and other cells. HIV, it replicates itself. It reproduces itself, but it can only do that with good cells, and that's why it attacks specifically the white blood cells. Also, because it's designed to kill. Now, as the virus attacks these soldier cells and kill them off, eventually over time, you start to get sick. When someone, the most common sign for someone that is infected, and this may shock you, but it could be as far as a common cold. You may think you have a sore throat or a little flu. A flu-like symptom is very, very similar to you being caught catching AIDS. But just because you have those symptoms does not mean necessarily that you have it. That's why getting tested is very, very, very important. Very important. It's better to know than not to know. I've been tested. How about you? Get tested. Again, I will talk about that too later on, and also in maybe other, videos that I do. This is the first I'm doing. Again, the virus attacks the white blood cells and it kills them off, spreading throughout the whole body. Less welcomes. Over time, the body starts to break down. The human body is supposed to have between 500 and 1,200 copies of the white blood cells. Once the white blood cells reach a level of 200 or less, they consider that being HIV. It could be other things as well, But once the white blood cells reach 200 or lower, it's considered AIDS. HIV processes into AIDS. So you get the virus, the HIV virus first. HIV is human immune virus. AIDS is autoimmune deficiency syndrome. When the body is infected with the HIV and the levels drop down to 200 or less, again, that's when the body you are considered to have full-blown AIDS. Once you have that, you start to show many more signs, and like losing weight, rashes may come out, cancers, body aches, many different things. You know, weight loss is a very popular sign. You start to shrink down, you start to get fevers and this and that. And that is how the virus takes over the body. Once HIV is into the body and it's untreated, that's when it really gets into a dangerous state. Back in the 80s, this thing was new to them, or so they acted. That's what I think. You know, it was new, or they didn't have the technology, whatever, to deal with things. Since then, they've come out with many different medications. But my views on medication or pharmaceutical drugs is I'm not gonna touch that either right now. And I'm not prepared for that one. But I don't think that no, we should be putting chemicals inside of our body. You know, the Father, Almighty God, He clearly gave us the cure for everything. The human body is designed to cure itself of anything, as long as we take care of it properly, meaning we eat right and we exercise properly and we take care of the body properly. Thank you, everyone, for coming on. Everything's going so fast, and I'm trying to concentrate. So if I have anything to you, blessed love to you. You see? I don't really want to get off track by looking at names and calling names either. You know, but blessed love to each and every one of you who log on. And if you're just logging on, I'm asking you to, share this and even go back and watch from the beginning if you missed any. Again, let's get back to it because I'm kind of running off a track here. So, again, the virus, it turns into AIDS once it's untreated. And it begins to kill off the body. HIV can hide dormant inside your body for many years. Again, let's back up a little bit to the part where, let's say you get infected and you start to show those signs of the flu, that flu symptom will last maybe approximately a few weeks, and then it can go away by itself, or it can go away by being treated, by you taking over-the-counter meds or whatever. And then it kind of relaxes. That's when it's there doing its job, killing off the body. So well, I'm telling you, this thing is really a monster. I'm really a genius. From the time it's HIV until the time it reaches AIDS, it's about between an 8 to 10 year process. So that just shows you that, you can live with it for very long, probably longer, and not even know. So again, that's why it is very, very important to get tested. You have multiple partners. Even if you're married, tested. Talk to your partner, talk to your friends, talk to your family about it. Because this, like I said, this thing came out or surfaced years ago. And after a while, it seemed to have kind of died down. But let me tell you something. It ain't going nowhere. It's still here. So once that like I was saying, the HIV for it to process into AIDS is between an 8 to 10 year process. But each person is different. So that's where this thing can also be tricky. So just because someone may get it, it may not take the full 8 years before signs start to show. What I mean by that is, let's say you have Jonathan, you have Greg, and you have Sally. Jonathan and Greg both had sex with Sally. Sally was infected, is the infected party. Now, whether the two guys knew about it or not, or knew about each other or not, it doesn't matter. It could have been different times, but let's go on the same day. Because some people are like that. They have sex with multiple people same day. Not wise. Anyway, so two guys, they have sex with Sally. No, the first guy, he takes care of his body from long time. He eats proper. He exercises a lot. He takes care of his body, while the other guy does not. He eats junk food. He smokes. He drinks. He doesn't exercise. Stuff like that. So his body is not as healthy as the other one. Let's say the first guy has 800 white blood cells, and the other guy has 600 white blood cells. They're still pretty much healthy, right? Only difference, one is higher than the other. So now when they both come in contact with the HIV virus, the one who has the less white blood cells, obviously his white blood cells are going to die off quicker than the other guy who has more white blood cells. So the guy with the less white blood cells can start to show signs within weeks to months, when the other guy, he doesn't show signs at all. But yet they both are infected. So that is how the HIV, it kills off the body. There are many different beliefs or myths on how you get it and this and that. I'm going to tell you a few of them. First of all, you cannot catch HIV or AIDS from anyone by touching them, meaning shaking a hand, hugging them, dancing with them, or playing with them, or anything like that. You cannot get it from a toilet seat. You cannot get it from sharing bathrooms or showers. You cannot get it from sharing clothes. You can get it from kissing if both parties have open cuts in their mouth or sores in their mouth. Then that's where it gets to it. Or deep kissing, deep tongue kissing. So that is all you can get it. You can get it. You cannot you by kissing. That is how you can get it. Oral sex. It's not common, but it can happen. It's about a 2% chance of it happening. But the way that happens is it's usually the person doing the oral. Now, let's say Yeah, because there are a lot of different type of people out there. Some are bisexual, some are straight, and some are I don't want to offend anyone, but homosexuals, right? They let's talk about that. Now. For two guys to be having that type of relations, it's usually the bottom. When I say bottom, I mean the guy doing oral to the guy. That if the guy who is receiving is infected, he can pass it to the guy doing it if he ejaculates in his mouth. Or again, if there are sores or cuts in his mouth and the liquids from all of that combined, and that's how you get. But if the guy who is doing it has it, it's a lesser chance of him giving it to the guy that is receiving it. I don't know if that makes any sense. The same thing with two women, or the same thing with a guy and a female. It's usually the receiver who ends up getting rather than giving. I don't even know where else to go with this, and I don't know how much info I've actually been able to give you. I'm gonna try to keep on, doing this and shedding a little bit of light again, as I said, on HIV/AIDS, because it's a serious thing, and it is still going around in this world today, all over the world. This thing is all over the world, and it's not just someone who is having sex who can catch it. The unborn baby inside the mom can catch it. The baby sucking on the breast can catch it. There are so many different ways. You don't have to be homosexual to get it. You don't have to share needles to get it. You don't have to be killing monkeys and eating monkeys and all of that as the hunters were doing back then to get it. There are many different ways that you can get it. And just by looking at someone, you cannot tell that they have it. There's no way to look at someone or to even look at yourself and say you have it. Now, if you are aware with some of the symptoms, you can point out certain things and know and say, okay, maybe this might be, and maybe it might not be. That's where you go and get it checked and stuff like that. So again, this HIV/AIDS is a very serious thing. It's still out there. It's still prevalent. There's also another disease called lupus. Lupus is very similar to HIV. Very similar, but it's not the same. Again, and another thing, don't just, I'm telling you what I've learned from my research and from my looking up and from my experience. So don't just take my word for what I'm telling you. Look into it. Research, do your research. Every minute we're down in our phone and we're on Facebook and we're on Instagram and this and that, and take a few minutes to pick up a book, or while you have your phone in your hand, go to Google and wherever you have to go and do some research. And don't just take it from me. Know for yourself. And again, getting tested is the best thing that you can do, because prevention, again, is better than cure. It is better to know than not to know, especially to find out when it's too late. again, your diet has a lot to do with you either maintaining or actually curing AIDS. But again, this is just the first time I'm doing this, and I don't want to bunch up everything in one. I feel like I want to do this again, with the help of the Almighty God. So I'm asking each and every one of you again to just please get tested. Get tested often. Do what you have to do to know.
People who do not follow natural home remedy cannot be cured.
But say I try to spoil my video. Martin, well, you say cure everything.
First of all, my name is King Yashua.
Yes, boss.
And the place where you can reach me is 12 Vermont Avenue, in Kingston. My phone number is 1-876-495-1782. 1-876-559-1303. So you can find me. I'm a physician, cure every sickness and disease. Every sickness and disease is oxygen deficiency, meaning the body lack of blood, red blood. Your body made up of white blood cell and red blood cell. You need antibodies, which is the helper T cell CD4 viral load count, stimulate antibodies. What is antibodies? Things that keep your immune system function, keep away virus, germs, bacteria. A virus is different from a bacteria. A bacteria can lay on a surface for a long time, but a virus cannot. Virus means poison to the blood. What do you need to get rid of poison? Is antidote. How do you get antidote? You have garlic, you have white rum, blend the garlic in the white rum, you have charcoal, blend it in the white rum. Busy, 13 seed that busy with a little covering over it is the antidote. Arrow, blend it with the skin. Everything is an antidote that goes to the blood. But the white rum and the black pepper is the only carrier to go straight to the blood. So if you catch poison and you're in a bar and somebody poison your liquor, get some box milk, some dirt, red clear, hard charcoal, and drink it instant. It goes straight in your blood. Heart problem, heart attack. Oxygen deficiency causes lungs complication. And when your oxygen shut off, you cannot breathe, so you have difficulty. When you wear a mask, you shut off oxygen to your brain, lungs, heart, immune system, paralyze the immune system, weaken you. Once you poison yourself with carbon dioxide, then slowly you're dead. It must. Is that COVID or HIV people? Is that HIV people? Pneumonia, which is cold that go in the lungs and mess up the lungs. So it shut off the blood control. Simple herb that redhead, you feel rabbit with. Spanish needle, susumba leaf, get rid of heavy cold. Irvine, redhead, and susumba leaf, get rid of every mucus. Benjamin herb, children herb, send apart and then subside. It does an laxative, clean out every cold. The body requires vitamin C, but vitamin C only goes higher. The build immune system, vitamin D, E, zinc. Those is build immune system. What kill every virus? Simple salt. Salt kill every virus. Copper, the mineral copper kill every virus. So every virus is easy to be cured. Is how you put it in the bloodstream. It's very simple. Guinea hen, and I heard we call it, Jamaica people call it stone rat, stone crusher, and you can find with something like white ant. It purifies the entire bloodstream. The urban name dark blood, young marijuana, which is ganja, and cerasee. While in Guinness blood, we have done a couple side of it that clean the blood. So once you clean the blood, sarsaparilla, dandelion, watercress, and Guinness with apple cider vinegar. Your body pH level is supposed to be at 14. Medical doctors they keep it at 7.98. That's stupidness. Everybody walking around with a fucking disease. Simple logic. So you build it at 14. Avocado, we call pear, carry 15 pH. Dandelion carry 22.2. Watercress carry 22.2. Just blend it or boil it in Guinness with organic apple cider vinegar. And you can dash a cayenne pepper. That's the cure for your human disease. There's an herb named yarrow. It oxygenates the blood. Chickweed oxygenates the blood. You have frankincense and more with virgin olive oil cure every HIV, every cancer. And what it do, it builds the immune system. Kill bacteria, germs, virus in the lungs and immune system. Once your body immune system environment is good, you're good. No disease can live in an alkaline body. None. You could have cancer, AIDS, herpes, COVID, it doesn't make a difference. 3 herbs carry your body pH level to the heights. Avocado, which is pear, the pear leaf or the pear seed. Greater the seed, wild tea with it, drink it. But yes, the pear seed, greater it, make tea with it just like this seed. It's alkaline in your blood, it could be infection, especially people with herpes. It cures, can carry the body pH level to 15.
Hear that, boy?
Okay? Dandelion carries at 22.2. Watercress carries at 22.2. So you just use it with Guinness and organic apple cider vinegar. It's alkaline entirely. Ascorbic acid is vitamin C. But vitamin C cannot go to your blood unless you have iron to carry it in the blood. You can take vitamin C unless you take iron. Vitamin A, D, zinc, as I said, build the immune system. So once the immune system build, you protect from every disease. Everything.
The diabetes.
Diabetes cure is very simple. What is diabetes? Diabetes is your pancreas not supplying insulin to your body because of body hormone. Moringa, vervine, Jack in the bush, while they must still cure the worst diabetes. Quarter bush root, cure the worst diabetes. Bitterhood, Cinco Bible, and noni fruit cure the worst diabetes. Cinco Bible, noni fruit, and garlic. The garlic that is growing is the better one.
That means they're more potent.
Good. Because the Chinese they make some garlic which is not really good. But the garlic is good. Yes, it is the best one to use. But do not take the trash out of the garlic. The garlic trash is the most important part. People with high blood pressure dashing away the trash, they're wrong. It's the trash who bring down the pressure, it's not the garlic that you swallow. Very simple. The garlic trash is the most important part of the garlic. And I eat them. Diabetes again, 13 fingers. Shut up 13 fingers the young green banana while the same Guinness apple cider vinegar cure diabetes. Alright? 13 fingers. Alright. Everything in the world is 13. Yeshua, they call Jesus, chose 12 of us himself 13. Alright? 13 months in the year. A donkey calf could be less than 13 months. But the jackass tell them that 12 and they believe that. You understand? So the simple logic about it is that everything you want to be cured from, you have to be herbs. That's the only thing we do in your body. It's the only thing we cure you. Right? The only thing we cure you. So the logic between medicine is your food. Your food is a medicine, medicine is your food. Turmeric, cabbage, black pepper, build the immune system. Beetroot cannot work unless black pepper in. And beetroot cure cancer. Nothing go like that. Study the medical purpose of black pepper. It cures several diseases. If you have fever, throw some black pepper in a Guinness, put it on the fire. At it, strain it out, drink it. You sweat out every fever out of you. Right? You have fever then, get the dragon stone with the nutmeg and the drugs of coffee. You support every fever. Bamboo leaf, the heart of bamboo leaf. The Brazilian bamboo leaf, guinea hen, support every fever out of you. Right? Cabbage build the immune system. Yeah, the root and the young bamboo cure cancer. That's the number one cure cancer. Dirt cure cancer. Right there, take off the first 3 layers. Take off this, take off that, take it up. Boil it, take this straight it down, drink it. June plum, which is they have a different name than call it. It is the number one cure for several cancers. But when you blend the June plum, do not drink the starch. Secondly, take out the top, put your baking soda and tell the can cure every form of cancer. Moringa, guinea hen, carrot, noni cure every disease. affect mankind. Moringa, noni fruit, carrot, guinea, they cure every human disease. Asthma is the #1 cure is bread, Spanish needle, cow foot leaf, and European pumpkin. The red alone cure asthma. It alone, just boil it and everything. Well, that cure every asthma. I get out the mucus out of the lungs. Sitting when you want, that's it, you want and cure the worst asthma. You take out any student, that part. Vervine, all right, blood clot, room with Vervine, Cersei, Cinca Bible, turmeric black.
Well. Blessed greetings, each and every one. This here is Servant David. Yeah. I want to give all glory and all honor to the Almighty God up in heaven. Almighty God, I ask that you will get, all the glory through this program here tonight. Father God, you know that nothing that I do is of me and nothing is for me. It's all for you, dear Lord God. Almighty God, I ask that someone will be touched by this. I ask that someone will, learn something from this and possibly even teach as well, because there are some out there who are aware of this this thing called prostate cancer. Some of you might know, some of you might not know that my initial goal for my LSs are to talk about health awareness and other truthful informations that are out there. So I'm here to give you guys information and help to educate and spread awareness. And I am not a doctor, I am not a pastor, but I do my research. So I don't want you to take anything you see on any one of my contents or anything that you may hear from me or see me do or hear me advise you to do. I don't want you to just take it from me. I advise that you do your own research and you seek medical, professions for your health issues before you take things into your own hand. And I am not responsible for anything that anyone may do or say on this program or after this program, from watching it. So I just want to put that in there. Again, I am not a doctor. I'm just a mere servant for the Lord God Almighty up above. So I ask that you guys just, kick back, sit back. I'm not going to be here too long. I'm just going to brief, on this thing called prostate cancer. For those of you who don't know, prostate cancer awareness is in September, and the color ribbon is a light blue ribbon. So it's a light blue ribbon for prostate cancer, and the prostate cancer awareness month is in September. We are in the month of January, and this month here, health awareness is cervical cancer. So, cervical cancer, that's right. This topic here is prostate cancer, but this month health awareness is cervical cancer, and that ribbon is green. I'm just here to spread health awareness. And also, there are certain things that we do and don't do that contribute to our health. And some of those things that we do include eating and certain things that we eat. There are certain foods that boost the risk of inflamed or enlarged prostate. There's foods such as starches. Starches like white breads, rice, potato, things like that. Those type of things, starches can boost, prostate cancer. And if you have it, it can be very dangerous if you eat those things like high protein foods such as meats and stuff like that. Also, dairy is high risk for prostate cancer. Blessed greetings, the best day you. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Blessed greetings. So I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna play a little interview per se. Not really an interview, but it's a friend of mine. Her name is Empress T. You can find her here on YouTube as well, Empress T. That's Empress T-E-E. And you can also find my very good friend, Rula Brown, R-U-L-A-B-R-O-N. That's Rula Brown on the Rula Brown Network. So I'm just going to play a quick clip, of her going into more detail about prostate cancer. And, so you can get a more understanding of it. And if it's possible and, you can share this out, I ask that you do that, So you guys kick back and enjoy the show.
prostate cancer, there's also other issues that are a little milder, but still as uncomfortable.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so you have, I know that's one of the subjects that was requested, talk about prostate cancer. So you're going to cover that in today's presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
It was requested by Servant David. And really it's a topic that we need to be discussing more. But I think that because of where it's located and who it's located on, the topic is not so open for discussion. Men are just not as inclined to talk about their body as women are. And then I can't even really say that because some women aren't even as open about talking about their bodies either. But we're in a whole different day and age, and we need to, be mindful of our bodies and the connections and the messages that they give us. So with this topic, about the prostate, this is something that men and women need to talk about together. Lots of men are not going to talk about it. Women, talk to your men about it. Talk to your brothers. Talk to your cousins. Talk to your fathers. Talk to your grandpa. Your grandpas and stuff. Just bring it up to them casually. Hey, by the way, today I heard, an interesting talk segment on prostate, and they were saying this and they were saying that. And this way you open up a forum, and even if they don't discuss it with you, you have planted seeds of information that may prompt them to ask you later questions or to go and do some research on their own.
Good point. Good point. Now, what do you think are some of the reasons why, men, they're so scared to talk about this topic, though? But from your understanding, what are some of the reasons that you think that they're just not comfortable in talking about it?
Well, personally, I think because it's tied to the penis, it has a lot to do with the machismo. It has to do with ego. It has to do with masculinity. A lot of times, we equate masculinity with ability to produce offspring. Amount of women that you're able to have sex with. These are the things, unfortunately, that are some of the characteristics of men. And because the masculinity theme is such a touchy subject for men, they're not willing to talk about it, because what man is going to say, yeah, I have problems down there. I'm not able to hold an erection. I'm not able to urinate comfortably. I'm in a lot of pain. Most men are just not comfortable talking about it. I just think it has to do with that, a lot of it.
All right. So what I'm going to do is allow you now to present your information as you had planned it. So just go ahead and you can scroll through it, and I'll chip in from time to time. And then later on, folks, if anyone a very important topic, if anyone has any question, we can take 3-4 calls on the line at the same time. The number is 770-744-2154. Go ahead now, T.
Okay, so prostate cancer is actually the second most common. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Sister T. One.
Okay.
You sent me 4 photographs. How you want me to just flash them from time to time? Because I don't know.
Yeah, you can flash them from time to time, and then because they're all going to be relevant, and they're all the same thing, but they just show different aspects. That one right there that shows the prostate cancer probably has the most realistic view, but I'm not sure how close up
they can see, right?
Yeah, that's the only thing. But you can also go on my Empress T page, and I will have all these photos up as well.
Okay, good. So all right.
Okay. So now, prostate cancer, what I was saying, is the second most common cancer death in the U.S. It's from what I understand.
Morning music junkie. Sorry, Sister T. We have a gentleman. He comes in occasionally, and when he comes in during the week, we have to pick him up, Music Junkie, and you know who that is. Listen up to Music Junkie. Go ahead now, Sister T.
Yes, hi. Well, the other thing that I wanted to just interject before I go on, I had a friend, I told one of my friends that I was going to be doing this segment today on prostate, and he said to me, well, how could you ever know or understand anything about the prostate and the cures? And what I said to him is that I don't have to. What I understand and know is about the human body and what a magnificent machinery it is. And with that and what I know about holistic cures, I know that we can, take care of ourselves. And so that's why I feel confident enough to talk about it. And also, it's not as an expert or an authority, but as someone, like I said, just bringing it to the floor so that we can start opening up talks about it. We have to talk about these things. It's the second most common death, but yet African American males are the ones who are dying from it the most. And they say every 6 minutes someone is dying from it. A man is dying from it, and that it affects about 1 in 7 men. I can give you some more statistics. As you get older, they say men under 40, it affects maybe 1 in 10,000. And for men ages 40 to 59, it affects 1 in 38. So as you see, as you get older, it's affecting more in smaller groups. So that the age group between 60 and 69, it affects 1 in 14. So that by the time you reach 65 years of age, 65% of those diagnosed are going to have some type of prostate cancer.
Quickly before we go on. So what I'm hearing then, one speaks of it being hereditary. What you're saying there, it's more, you have a greater chance of getting it as you get older.
As you get older, but also genetics plays a factor. Your race plays a factor. For some reason, they're not really sure yet because, they're still doing tests. Black African American men get it 2.5 times more than the Caucasian men.
Right.
And then here's something else interesting. Asian men have the lowest rate. They got it something like in China, they have it like 2% that get this. But then when they move over here, naturally the rate increases.
That's interesting. So something has to do with probably the environment, the food they eat or something. I know you mentioned
it has to do with all of those. Yeah, it has to do with all of those.
Okay.
In fact, genetics, they say that, like I said, African American males, they seem to say we get it more. But, there's still the question of, is it that they're just not being diagnosed sooner? Because as I said, Black men are not going to talk about it. They're not as comfortable talking about it with their partners, with their peers, or even with their doctors. So it could be that we're just seeing them at the later stages instead of at the beginning when they're first getting the symptoms. And, so that plays a factor in it. Genetics, if your father or your brother had it or an uncle, you're twice as likely to have it. And also their age that they had it at has a factor too. So if they contracted this cancer and they were younger than 55, then you're most likely going to get it if you're a male and you're on that bloodline. This is what they're saying. They also say in the U.S. it's 17% higher chances of getting it. The males here just have a higher rate of contracting prostate cancers. And something else interesting, there were some states that even had higher reporting record numbers of people with the cancer, and that's in North Philly, in Columbus, Ohio, in Provo, Utah. And they linked it, interestingly enough, to less sun. Because for 3 months out of the year, when it's wintertime, the sun doesn't really go up that far. They're not getting as much vitamin D. Right. And so they've linked it to that for those people in those areas, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Interesting. Wow.
So, now, that is the prostate. I don't know if you can see clearly. The prostate is a small gland. It's about the size of a walnut, and it's located under the bladder, in front of the rectum, and like in between. It's like nestled in between the penis in that area. I don't know if you can maybe go to another slide, Rulam.
I have this one where it shows more information on in terms of blowing it up further.
Okay.
But what
okay, how about that picture? That's a great picture right there. That one is great. Okay. So that you see that the prostate gland, which is yellow, is nestled underneath the bladder, It's in front of the rectum, and just in between the penis. So what the gland is supposed to do, what it's responsible for, is it produces prostatic fluid. And the reason why prostatic fluid is important is it helps with the sperm. It helps keep the sperm alive and viable, and it also keeps the semen thin. I want to say kind of liquidy when after a male ejaculates, so that the sperm can continue to move. Because the whole process of ejaculation is supposed to be to fertilize an egg. So that's what the prostatic fluid does. And it makes up probably 30 to 35% of what semen is. Now, inside the prostatic fluid, what you have are these enzymes or proteins, and they're called prostate-specific antigens, or PSA. And the PSAs are what they use to measure or to determine whether or not a male has prostate cancer. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. So now how they get to the PSAs is that they take a blood sample and they measure, I guess, the amount of blood to the PSAs, to the amount of protein that's in there. And from there, they can determine whether or not you have cancer. So the thing is that they say the PSA levels should be around 4, anything 4% or higher is an indication that you maybe have cancer. And they said that anything 4% or lower was pretty good. But what happened was they were finding that wasn't really conclusive, because there were some people that had it below 4 and then they had cancer, and then had some that had high levels but didn't have cancer. So that, it's still in the new stages. They're still trying to figure it out and understand it, if I can say it that way. But it's good to watch the levels, because it does give you an indication.
Yeah, let me add something there. And I've been having my PSA checked for the past 20 years. And again, like you've indicated, the range goes from 0 to 4. Now, what can happen? Because I know of someone whose PSA level was 2.6, and it just so happened that after further testing, because what had happened, I think this reading, I'm just giving this information because a close friend of mine, his reading was running constantly for a number of years at 1.1, 1.2, and then one point he went in for his physical, and his reading was observed to be 2.6. And the doctor said, asked him, this kind of jump is kind of really magnanimous. Do you have anyone in your family that has prostate cancer? And he said, yes, his dad died of prostate cancer. So even though it was at 2.6, the doctor went and discussed with him the potential of doing a biopsy. And he did the biopsy, and that's how he found out he had cancer. He had prostate cancer. But I just want to add that even though the numbers, they fall within that window that they recommend, you can still have it. So again, if you talk about the correlation with your genes, that could also be indication that you need to check further to see if you have these things.
Exactly. And so that's why the PSAs are, it's a little funny. They say there's no real level, because just like what you said, his levels were low, but then he still had it. Right. Because there's other factors that you have to take into account. Like the genetics, your age, your race, where you live, all those things have a bearing into it as well. But the other thing that we've talked about, when you go to these doctors, get your record. Lots of people feel like, I don't understand it. It's no good to me. It is good. It is important. It doesn't even matter if you don't understand it. Get the records. You can chart your own progress. You can see how you're doing based off of your records if you keep them and if you look at them. So it's always good to look and be informed for yourself. Now, there are other things that can cause your PSA to rise. It's not just age. And those are the things that are not exactly cancer, can also cause the same kind of discomfort. And so one of the things is, I'm going to see if I can say it right, prostatitis.
Yeah, prostatitis. Yeah.
Prostatitis. And what that is inflammation of the prostate.
Right.
So now there's inflammation and there's enlargement. And you have to understand the difference because they are two different things. Mm-hmm. Inflammation can be caused by bacteria. It can be caused by a resistant bacteria. Maybe you had an infection before, a urinary tract infection, and it got treated, but some of the bacteria remained. It might have been just a little minute amount of bacteria remaining. Mm-hmm. It could be caused by irritation from urine backup. Because what happens with the prostate when it swells up, I don't know if you can see there, the prostate shares the urethra with the bladder. And so because of where it's located, when it swells up, it literally squeezes the urethra closed. And so what happens is it causes the urine to get blocked. It gives you sensations like you have to urinate, but you can't because of swelling. So you can't urinate the right way. But the backup of the urine is what can also cause urinary problems, because the bacteria will then cause you to have a urinary tract infection because it's not able to release. So there's a lot of issues that can, inflame the prostate. It could be parasites. You could have pelvic muscle issues. It could be from sexual abuse. It could be from viruses, problems with your nerves. It can even be chemical irritation. You'd be surprised how soaps, detergents, condoms, lubricants can also have an effect and cause inflammation in that area.
Empress, I've just put up the photo that shows a normal prostate, what it looks like, and then an enlarged one, just to illustrate the point you're making, that once it's enlarged, then you have that constriction in that particular area that could cause other problems.
Yes. And so the reason why I said there's a difference between inflammation and enlargement, because it can get enlarged but not necessarily be inflamed.
Right.
And I'll go into the difference with that later, but let me just finish with
let me just add one little tidbit, and the tidbits I'm adding here is just based on discussion with my doctor, and because I have my test check it every year. One of the things he said, if you're going for physical, and the night before, say you're going to do your physical this Friday morning, and the night before you had sexual intercourse, or if the night before, the day before, you've been riding on a bike, those activities can increase your PSA. So, I just want to add those other tidbits to what you're saying.
Okay, so then I guess if you're going to go and have those types of testing, then you may want to refrain from any type of strenuous or any type of aggressive pelvic movement. Is that fair to say, Rula?
Yes, because you just mentioned pelvic, and that's why I mentioned that information. You just talk about you're giving some list that you mentioned the pelvic. That's why I added that information in.
Yeah, and see, it's good that you mentioned that. So see now. The symptoms of prostatitis, am I saying it right?
Yeah, prostatitis.
Prostatitis.
Yeah.
The symptoms are blood in the urine or in the semen, pain or burning when urinating, painful bowel movement, painful ejaculation, pain in the lower back above the pubic bone, between the genitals and the anus or the tip of your penis, or difficulty straining when urinating, or frequent urges urinating. Basically, anything that doesn't feel right down there should prompt you to have it checked out.
Right.
Because, it can lead to so much more than just a simple painful infection. It could just be something simple. It could be bacterial infection. You get some antibiotics, and boom, you're better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the key is, again, to be in tune with your body. Don't deny what you feel. I think that a lot of men feel something, they say, nah, I'm good, I'm fine. And then they'll go and, force themselves to pee. And that's not good either, because you can strain yourself, you can cause yourself urinary damage. It's really not good to force yourself to try to urinate like that. You can cause a lot of damage. You have to really be careful with that.
Yeah, and one of the key thing I see Music Junkie just entered in the chat room that it's urinary, they call it UTI, urinary tract infection, which can happen from time to time. But it says one of the key things is regular testing. Just like you said, you just don't go and test and put down the data and leave it in the drawer. You need to go back and have an idea as to where your numbers are relative to previous years. And it's something for me that I really do. I can sit down and map out all my readings over the past 20 years. I've been checking mine.
Yes, and you need to. What they do is when you go there, they'll give you either urine test, or they'll take a semen culture, or sometimes they'll even take a prostate culture. And what they do is they'll squeeze the prostate and get some of the fluid so that they can, look at it and see what's in there. Whether the proteins, they count the PSAs like that. And then they also test for sexually transmitted diseases. So sometimes it's an STD. It might be something simple, but you won't know. The point is that you won't know if you don't go and get it checked out.
Empress, one thing you have not mentioned, which I want to again add this in the dialogue here, about DRE. I asked a question why some men don't want to go out and be checked up. There's a thing called digital rectal exam. We call it DRE. And that's how the doctors are able to determine if your prostate is growing. And if he starts to see it's getting big or large, he may say something is happening. Like he says, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a problem. But that's how that's one of the tests that he can perform on you to make sure, you're cleared of anything.
Yes, those tests. Now, that particular test that you're speaking about, that is more for. It really depends on the symptoms. I don't want to say they don't always do it. They do like they have their regular tests, like you said. That's one of them, the digital rectal. And what that is the doctor will take his one digit. That's where you get the name from, and insert it into the rectum to feel for the prostate. And they can feel the prostate there. Depending on how big it is, they'll know whether it's in a cancerous state. If it's really, really big, they can sometimes determine what stage of cancer it's in. I was going to get into that a little later, but I just wanted to finish first with the inflammation. So if you go into the doctor and they give you these tests and they say, okay, it's a simple inflammation, they'll either prescribe you some antibiotics or some meds to relax your prostate muscles, or some ibuprofen or lead, to reduce the swelling and the inflammation, and also some stool softeners to soften all the glands and all the organs in that area, so that you can, get your flow back, because that's what it really is. In addition to that, there are also some natural remedies. I was going to hit you with some that you can also do that help with that. And, apple cider vinegar, we've talked about it. I think we keep talking about it, but apple cider vinegar helps with toxins. Let's say that you did contract a UTI or you're forming one. The apple cider vinegar helps detox the toxins from your body. And another thing you can do if your prostate does get inflamed and you're uncomfortable is that you can take a warm bath in the apple cider vinegar and Epsom salt and baking soda, and that will help relieve some of the inflammation, and it'll also detox you, so that it's working inside and out to relieve some of the inflammation. You can also eat pumpkin seeds. They say that pumpkin seeds are very, very rich in zinc. There's a group that believes that prostate issues are related to zinc deficiency. I've even mentioned it before in one of my other segments where I was talking about improper sex. If the semen is not ejaculated properly, you can have blockages, you can have problems with that. If it's too much ejaculation, you can get zinc deficiencies, and that causes other issues. You need the zinc. The zinc, as I said, helps with the sperm. It helps to keep the sperm viable. It helps to to keep it liquidy so that it can move. It does some other things. The zinc is very important. I can't find it in my notes. I'm sorry, guys. So the zinc increases the sperm count. It also lowers the estrogen and prolactin. They believe that when there's too much estrogen, it breaks down the testosterone, and the testosterone creates when it's broken down, it creates DHT, which breaks down it breaks down, as I said, it breaks down the testosterone, and that's what causes the gland to swell. So there you have enlargement, but it's not inflammation. Do I need to repeat that? Do you understand that when you have a zinc deficiency,
yeah,
it lowers the estrogen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it lowers the testosterone, and what that does is that without that testosterone, the gland enlarges and starts to grow. It's not swelling; it's growing. So the zinc prevents it from growing. It keeps it at a normal size. So there's a group of people that believe that, any prostate issue can be relieved by increasing your zinc. And that's why they said that, frequent ejaculation is not very good because it depletes your zinc, and then people are not aware of it and they don't increase their zinc. So if you increase your zinc intake, you can take zinc supplements 50 to 100 milligrams per day. Should help regulate that. And if you take some apple cider vinegar, you can also balance your body chemicals inside. And they also say molasses, believe it or not, is very, very rich in all the vitamins and minerals and helps keep it balanced, because what you want to do is keep your testosterone and your estrogen levels balanced so that it produces the right chemicals and everything is flowing properly.
All right, so one clarification, let me see if I understand this. Maybe I didn't understand it clearly. So you're saying, for example, Tom Smith has a lot of women. He's having a lot of sex, having a woolly pack up many times over. If by him discharging a whole bunch of different times, his zinc levels could be affected, and therefore it could create other problems. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Quite interesting.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right. So then, listeners, if you have any boyfriends or husbands, whatever, you can have this kind of dialogue, because that's one of the purpose of this, is to hear some of these information, check it out, read up more, talk to your doctor, make sure you understand. So from Mr. Tom Jones out there, Tom Smith, if you're doing it only for people and all that come, remember that you have to make sure you're taking your proper vitamins, your zinc vitamin, to offset those things. Go ahead.
Yeah, because zinc deficiency is also linked to, I think it says schizophrenia. You can, and remember, people, look this stuff up. Don't take my word for it. I looked it up. I hear about it. I talk about it with friends, and I talk about it with family members, so that I can become familiar, because I like to know, what's going on. I have 3 sons. I want to know what they can look forward to. I want to know how to prepare them.
Yeah.
So, these are just things. But zinc deficiency is also linked to mental disorders. Back in the day, they used to have this thing where they said, if the young boys masturbated too much, they'll go crazy. Mm-hmm. The reason why they said that is because they seemed to be going crazy, but it was linked to that zinc deficiency. It affected their brain. And so to them, the obvious connection was that one act. But it's a for real thing. If you do the research, you can see that it causes chemical imbalance, and it triggers other things in the body. So I'm not saying don't masturbate, but if you're going to do it, replenish your zinc. Try drinking molasses. Those who like a lot of coffee is not good for you. Caffeine will destroy and eat up your body. Mm-hmm. Substitute it with blackstrap molasses. Blackstrap molasses is also very good for prostate inflammation. It has a lot of manganese, iron, calcium, potassium, and most importantly, it has selenium, which is anti-inflammatory. And it's also rich in the B vitamins, which has, obvious cancer properties. So there are things that you can do, incorporate into your daily habit to make sure that your prostate is working, it's going to be working properly. True, there are some factors that we can't avoid. We can't avoid getting old. We can't avoid where we live. Some things we can't avoid genetically. But there are things that you can probably do to help alleviate it or push it back some so that you don't have to deal with it so early, full onslaught of the issues, the prostate issue.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. How about regional? I've heard that in Jamaica, there's there's studies have shown, and I don't know how scientific it is, but studies have shown that there are certain parts in Jamaica that prostate cancer is prevalent amongst men. And I think what they were trying to tie to is the eating of ackee. I don't know if you know about any of those things. Go ahead.
I know. I've had ackee before, but what I really think it is, it's definitely a key to the diet. When it's something like that, when it's a group of people like that, it definitely can be a thing with the diet. But again, like I said, that means that there's deficiencies being caused. Mm-hmm. And then these deficiencies, they trigger different things in the body. Mm-hmm. And so that if we can, just try and balance out our diets a little more. If it's pain because of the ackee, I would have to look up and see what is prevalent in ackee, what mineral or what nutrient, what is it that's prevalent in there, because maybe it's doing something to the testosterone.
Right.
I'm saying.
Empress, I don't know if you're looking into the chat room. Music Junkie wrote something there. I don't know if you want to give a stab at it and see if there's an answer. I'm not sure if it's a question or it's just a conjecture. So, do you think if you get a chance to speak on it, then you can probably determine if something you want to address? Okay, so go ahead now, Auntie.
Okay, so then that we covered that. Now, I gave you symptoms of what prostatitis is, but the symptoms for cancer are almost the same. The difference with the cancer will be more swelling. When the doctor does the digital rectal, the DRI test, they can feel it. And there's different, with the PSA, they can read the levels, they can get to see what's going on internally by that. But then they also do a cancer biopsy. Now, some people don't want the biopsy. Some people are afraid of it. It looks scary. I personally wouldn't want a biopsy. What they do is they go either through the rectum wall into the prostate and extract fluids, for testing to see, or they can go in between the skin, in between the scrotum and the rectum, and get the fluids from there. But it's kind of dangerous because it invites opportunity for infection in that area. There's pain, bleeding that can go along with it if it's not, if it's not done right. So it's very, and it's painful. It's very invasive to get tested for it. So you want to be sure. And sometimes, like it says, they'll do the digital, the DRI test and not detect it. There are different stages of cancer, and so that's why you would have to have all the tests if your doctor sees that your levels are low, if you have a history of it in your family. They would use all these things to determine how much testing they'll do. And then once they do the testing, there are stages of the test. There are stages of the cancer. Mm-hmm. So that, go ahead.
No, I was just about to say, so in actuality, to confirm if one has prostate cancer, the injecting into the body, doing the spinal, well, not spinal, but actually going and pulling fluid from inside and doing that test is more conclusive than a blood.
Yeah.
Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Okay. Well, yes. Not just that. It's not just it's that, it's the blood, it's the semen. They would look at everything together, the PSA levels. Mm-hmm. They would also look at your, family history. All of those things take into effect. But definitely going directly in is the most accurate way of knowing, because then they can see the cells. Because in stage 1, you know, you can have cancer in stage 1. There's the photograph there, and it's just so small. You can't see it, you can't feel it. You won't be able to feel it during his test because it hasn't started to swell. But it's there, and they can know by the PSAs or by the test, the biopsy. And then as you go through the stages, you see that it gets bigger and bigger. In stages 2, it's still in the prostate. The cancer is still in the prostate. It's a little bigger, and your PSAs will be higher, but it hasn't migrated past the prostate. So it's still not that considered not to be so bad. Now in stage 3, it kind of moved outside of the prostate, but it's still just outside. And so it's not as bad, but it's still pretty bad. But stage 4 is the worst because it leaves the prostate, and now it has the chance of infecting other organs.
Right.
And there's where the problem comes in, and there's where people are dying, because it can affect your liver, it can affect your kidneys, it can go up to your lungs, it can just wreak havoc in your body if not checked in time.
Okay, and folks, that's 10 minutes after the hour, 40 minutes now, and Empress T is covering high frequency, and our topic this week is about prostate cancer in men, and some of the things to look for, some of the things to do, some of the precautions. And let me add this, and we've been hearing this, Empress, that there have been findings. And one of the things there's a statement that came out that says prostate cancer screening in men, that men should forego PSA testing, a panel advises. It says a government panel finds that there is little evidence that a common prostate cancer screening saves men's lives and instead raises the risk of unnecessary harm, which is some of the side effect stuff you were talking about.
Yeah, because of where it is.
Right.
You know, it's in a really delicate spot. It's nestled in there, and then because the urethra runs right through it, you know, it runs the risk of infecting a lot of different organs. It's really in a delicate spot. To me, I would like to see a change in diet. I'm just a firm believer of it. It may seem so simplistic, but it's for real. These are things that are happening inside of our body, and you know, a lot of it is being triggered by the foods that we're putting inside our body. We're putting in foods that are depleting our nutrients. We're putting in foods that are toxic. We live in toxic environments. I mean, like, our bodies almost have no chance to do what it's famous for. They're strong. They're supposed to support us and live. But we don't really give it the right chance. We're not giving it a chance.
Indeed. Let me add a couple of things here, Empress. Music Junkie added in the chat room that the study on Aki causing prostate cancer in Jamaica in men are being found to be inconclusive. You went on to say an example of stage 1 is cancer localized to on a lobe of a prostate. And he said stage 2 is localized to both lobes of the prostate. Stage 3,
but it's still within the prostate. That's the main thing about those 2 stages.
Right. And he says stage 3 is cancer outside the prostate, not affecting lymph node. And stage 4 is affecting lymph node. And stage 5 is beyond the lymph node, which is what he said.
The liver and they use another system called the TNM, and that's where they determine whether it's gone to the lymph nodes or whether it's in the bloodstream or how far it's gone.
What is it? What is the acronym?
It's called TNM, and it stands for tumor, node, and metastasis. I may not be pronouncing it properly, but metastasis.
Yeah, but it's not.
Metastasis. Metastasis. That just shows how far the cancer has spread. And he's got it right there. You can see it also in the diagram. I don't know how close up people can see it. I can see it because I've seen it.
Right.
But the trick, gentlemen, is don't let it get that far. We don't want it to stage 5, okay? So that if you're feeling any weird symptoms, and you know what's weird, you know when the stuff is feeling good or when it's not feeling good.
Let me just add quickly here for correction. What is being shown on this picture is stage 1. It have it in Roman numerals. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4. That's what's being shown on this diagram.
Yes.
It's in Roman numerals.
And so, like, you see how, like, there's a backwards Y? So each of those sections are sections, if I'm correct, am I correct, using Chucky? Each of those are lobed in the prostate. And so what he's saying there is that if it's in one lobe or in 2 of those lobes and 3 of those lobes, that's what I believe he's talking about. Am I correct, Music Junkie?
All right.
And you can see in the diagram, the cancer is depicted by the yellow.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right, it's 15 minutes after. I don't know if you're gonna.
We didn't talk about treatment of the cancer. Would y'all like to hear what types of ways they treat it?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I presume you're gonna cover treatment. Go ahead. Yes.
So depending on the stage, that determines the treatment. So that in stage 1, where it's still relatively small, they would do what they call watchful waiting. They would just, take a look. Because sometimes there's cancer cells there, but if it's not growing or not doing anything, it could be benign. Benign means that it's not really killing. It can't kill you. It's there, but it's not doing any damage. So in stage 1, that's what they would do. In stage 2, as the prostate gets a little bigger, they could start doing a little bit of removal of the nose. It depends on how quickly it's growing. They would either do removal, or they may try to do some light radiation, direct radiation therapy to wherever it is. And then for stage 3, the same thing. They would do a little more radiation. They add some removal of the nose, so hormone therapy. They would use external beams of radiation, because it's not outside of the prostate, but they still have a chance of containing it. But as it gets more and more spread, then they have to be more aggressive with the treatment, so that the external radiation would be higher. They would do hormone therapy. They might even have to resort to surgery to relieve some blockages and remove some of the tissue. So it all depends on how far along you are with the cancer.
Yes, indeed. All right, it's 17 minutes after covering the topic of cancer, and Empress T is coming to some of the measures that one can take to correct if they realize that they're under that condition. Go ahead, T.
That was really it. I don't know. I mean, there's also erectile dysfunction, but that's something completely different. True, some of the symptoms are the same, and I believe that they're all related, like I said, to diet. Once we can adopt, a diet that's going to keep us at a balanced level most of the time, I think that a lot of these issues that we're having nowadays will be alleviated. We have to be mindful of what we're eating. We have to be mindful of how we're feeling. People are walking around with cancer and they don't even know, or they do know, but they're afraid to find out. And sometimes it's not a cancer. It could be something, like I said, simple. It might be a simple urinary tract infection. But because you let it go on, now it's a month or 2, now it turned into something else. We have to, let go of that ego. Put that stuff aside and go and get help. Discuss it with them. Discuss it with your brethren. If you can't discuss it with your woman or your wife, discuss it with your brethren. Discuss it with your closest male family member, someone, but discuss it. Do not keep it in, because that's another thing. Then add on stress to it. So now you think, oh God, something is wrong with my stuff. I can't go see anybody. Now you're keeping that in. You're acting weird. Your wife is like, what's going on with you? You say nothing's wrong, but something is wrong. She can see something is wrong, and it turns into something else. So that we have to communicate and talk to each other. So,
all right, let me say greetings to Paula Powell. She's tuning in over there in the Flavor. That's Lady Paula Powell. A number of people are tuning in. We're not giving you a shout out now, but Again, once I pick up to all the listeners on the various networks on JamaicaRadio.com, Ruler Brown Network, CRS Radio, Caribbean Radio Show, The Flavor Radio, Foundation Radio Network, 25th Century Radio, Scotch Free Radio, TuneIn Radio, Mixler Radio, Vibes Urban Radio. Also, individuals checking us out on Might Radio in Manchester, in England, One Armed Radio in London, in England, Regular Nostalgia, Ustream TV, and individuals tuning in on their telephone. 213-401-0061. We have another 5-10 minutes. We're going to wind it down. Okay, Empress. Hello?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, I presented within the past year and a half, a scenario where I usually read some of these topics, these health topics. And then one of my shows last year, someone who has prostate cancer, the PSA reading was up to 13. And then he heard me reading the stuff about baking soda, sodium bicarbonate, the chemical formula. And he called me and said, Ruler, what was the dosage? What was the suggested way they take this? And within 9 months, he called me back and said his PSA reading dropped from 13 point odd to 3.9. Are there, and I know you've suggested other natural stuff one to take. Well, what's your thought and suggestion, if you do know, the impact on taking that sodium baking soda for those things?
Well, again, the baking soda acts as a detox, and it breaks it down. There's another man that did it with the baking soda and the molasses together. The only thing that I can determine from that is that the nutrients and all the things together are balancing internally, and getting those levels back together. Remember I was saying about the D deficiency and things like that. So it helps regulate. It definitely helps. I use baking soda for a lot of things. When I was doing my research for it, I saw that there were a lot of people that use different methods: baking soda, molasses, apple cider vinegar, all kinds of natural things. I don't know the mechanics of the baking soda, but I know that it works. There are people that swear by it, and they're using it to combat all kinds of cancer, not just prostate.
All right. Well, hey, folks, and again, Empress is not a medical doctor or anything. She's just presenting her research information and passing it on. So you should always check with your doctor before you do anything, and make sure you're comfortable with whatever information your doctor is passing on to you.
Yes.
And the other thing I want to say, though, about the doctor rule is kind of be careful, because the doctors nowadays, a lot of doctors are paid kickbacks to promote certain medicines and certain products, so that you want to use the doctors for your own benefit. Let them work for you. Like I said, get your test results. Whatever they say, listen to it. Listen to everything they say, but then go home and look up a natural remedy. That should be your first course of action before you take anything. Look up a natural remedy, and then you can even call the doctor back and say, hey, have you heard about such and such? Can I take this with it? Chances are they're going to say no, because they don't want you to heal yourself naturally. If we can heal ourselves naturally, we wouldn't need doctors. But what they really should be doing is working with us to maintain our bodies naturally. That's what they do over in the East. In the Eastern society, the doctors help maintain. They don't really have to do curing, because people are healthier.
Mm-hmm. And earlier in the presentation, you talked about over in the Middle East, over in China, those type of places, Japan, where the incidences of prostate cancer is extremely low. And if an individual,
2%.
Yeah, and if they were to come here, based on your logics, again, what would you contribute? What would you cause the contribution to that? Is it the eating?
Like I said, it's the diet. It's also environmental. I mean, we in the U.S., just our air alone, from what I understand, we have the most toxic air above our country than there is anywhere in the world. Okay? So that has a lot to do with it. The diet has a lot to do with it. It could also be the region. I mean, when I read about those particular states that had higher incidences because of less vitamin D, less sunlight, and so they get less vitamin D, all those things are, take effect into it. So when they come over here, though, I think a large part of it has to do with the diet and the culture. Stress wreaks havoc on our body.
Yep.
People don't realize how much stress wreaks havoc. I spoke about it. It increases your cortisol, and once that cortisol starts producing in your body, it starts robbing nutrients from other parts of your body. It's robbing your calcium. Now your bones are getting weak. It's robbing your zinc. It's robbing your potassium. It's robbing, you know what I'm saying? So every time it robs to produce that cortisol, it's robbing from different parts of your body, your brain, your heart, your lungs. It's causing all kinds of issues, and it just cascades from there.
All right.
It's the diet, I believe.
Yes, indeed. I want to say good morning also to Danette Morrison down in Jamaica. We have a ton load of people tuning in the background. And again, you're listening to High Frequency 1125. Empress, wind it down and let us know what's happening next.
So again, I just want to really press upon our males listening. Talk about it. If you have any question at all, talk about it amongst your peers. Women, talk to your men about it. If you notice that in bed they're not as forthcoming as they used to be, ask them. Put it to them delicately, in a way that's not shameful, but in a loving way, because it's an issue that you both can resolve together, and it's an issue that can affect you both, because if it doesn't get checked and it turns into cancer, he can potentially die sooner than you need him to. So, talk about it. Share the information. Share this segment with them. Share these topics. We have to talk. That's the main thing. We have to bring our men up, and we have to take care of each other.
All right. I want to say big up to China Nicole, a number of people in the Ruler Brown Network on the Chat and Go chat room. There are some others in the Ustream. I want to say big up to 25th Century, the big man, Mr. Clifton Edwards, and Payne, China Nicole, Empress T, Music Junkie, SW Toronto Green, and guest 3188, guest 9489, guest 3443, guest 9093, guest 9936, guest 9334, guest 9357, guest 9097. A ton load of others. Toronto Green also is in the background tuning in. Servant David, who had suggested the topic for Empress T. I want to thank her for covering this. Empress, wrap it for me there.
Okay, so again, if you are having problems with your prostate, get you some pumpkin seeds, get some sesame seeds, oysters, almonds. Those are all rich in zinc. You can use blackstrap molasses. Try to consume maybe 1 to 3 tablespoons per day. You can mix it with milk. You can mix it with water. For those who are coffee drinkers, try to get some omega-3 oils, some walnuts, kidney beans, flaxseed, salmon. These are things that you want to incorporate in your diet to make sure that you don't have these prostate issues. Bell peppers, vitamin C, tomato gives you lycopene. So, there are things that we can eat. There are things that you can do to make sure that your prostate is good. And again, if you feel anything out of line, anything out of whack, go to a doctor. Just go.
Yes, indeed.
Better a doctor than the coroner.
That's for sure. That is very, very true. Indeed. Well, those are some great advices, and Empress, want to thank you for covering this week. If one has any subject that they'd like Empress to talk about, you can email me. We'll get it on to her. If you friends with her on Facebook, you can link her there. Empress, go ahead and just mention you've done some change, I think, to your High Frequency page. Let them know where they can actually see that information.
Yeah, I have. I'm still in the middle of the transition. I only have 24 hours in a day to work with. I've been trying to negotiate 4 more hours. I don't know how, but I need more time, guys. But everything is going to be up there. I will notify you through Ruler Brown how you can get on. But right now, I believe it's either Empress T Higher Frequency or Higher Frequency with Empress T. Just look for those, and everything that I cover, I will have links on the page, and you can also listen to the replays on Ruler Station. And again, you know, if there's anything that anyone wants me to talk about, just hit me up and I'll do it. And I don't know, does anyone have any questions from today's segment?
Yes, if someone want to make a quick call in, we'll certainly open the phone line. The number here is 770-744-2154, 770-744-2154. Or if you want to drop a quick question in the chat room, and Empress can get us started in the meantime. In the meantime, we want to thank you for tuning in. We know there are a lot of people in the other chat rooms. I'm not monitoring the other chat rooms, but again, if you'd like to call in, you know, the number, we'll take a call or two. If you can get a call in quickly, the number 770-744-2154. Yes, Empress T on higher frequency. Empress, if you want to add them for another minute, let's see if a call comes in, goes, go ahead, and if not, we just take it out from there.
Well, this is for this segment was requested by Servant David. I hope that I've answered any questions that you might have had. And even if it just was just to share, if he just wanted us to share it, get it out there on the floor. This is an excellent topic. It's taking far too many of our Black men. It's taking far too many of our men. And what I've been seeing is that the trend is that they're getting younger. Mm-hmm. You know, they say that as you get older, the incidences increase, but our men are dying younger. And you know, we have to do all that we can to live longer and to live healthier. And by having these forums and by talking and sharing this information, we get it out there and we make a change. Like they say, when you know better, you can do better. So you've heard a lot of information here. There's a lot that we can share. There's a lot that, you know, it's a good starting point. If I didn't answer any questions or if you have more, go look it up. The beauty about the internet now is that you can look up anything that your mind can think of. Anything at all. Right.
All right, folks. I think we're gonna leave it there. I have a song actually, Empress T. About 5 years ago. Clinton Lindsay just getting up, take a little time. Okay, I had, well, not had, but I think 6 years ago I went to Jamaica, and a good friend of mine, he lost his mom from breast cancer and his dad from prostate cancer within 2 weeks. And he did a song, I did a video for it, and I'm going to try to find it on Facebook, on YouTube, and play it for you. So with that, Empress, we're going to call it, again, another great presentation on prostate cancer. And next week, and stand by for another gripping presentation from Empress T on higher frequency. And we have recorded this segment, so you'll be able to go back and do the replay on it.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, Empress T, higher frequency.
Blessings. I hope, you know, you all, you know, got something from that. You know, I hope that you were able to get some, you know, good information. And again, it's always better to know than not to know. So I encourage you guys to go out there and get tested for prostate cancer. I can't express it enough. Get tested. It's better to know than not to know. Okay? It's better to know where you can, you know, prepare for things, where you can treat it. It's better to prepare for the doctor, you know, than it is to prepare for death, as Empress T said. Again, you can find Empress T at Empress T Higher Frequency on YouTube. And you can find Ruler Brown also on YouTube, or you can find him on Facebook. That's Ruler Brown Network. RBN, Ruler Brown Network. You can find him on Facebook. You can find him on Instagram, YouTube. And again, you can also find Empress T at Higher Frequency. All right. She got some good stuff there. Hopefully I can get some more of her stuff. And hopefully, if all goes well, I can get her in person. And we could talk about some future things in person. I'm working on this thing. It's going to take some time. But I'm working on it. You know, as I said, my LSs are reserved for topics like this, health awareness, to spread health awareness. For those who may have missed it, if you're wondering, the ribbon for the color of prostate cancer is a light blue. I guess you can call it like even a sky blue color, a sky bluish kind of ribbon. Lavender is for all cancers. All cancers awareness is lavender. We are presently in the month of January, and January, which is another serious topic, but that's for women. So it's kind of like the same thing, but for women. And it's a little bit different as well. And again, I am not a doctor. Empress T is not a doctor. Ruler Brown is not a doctor. So we are not here to diagnose anyone or treat anyone for anything. But we do have some information that is worthwhile and could be life-saving, but most definitely life-changing. So again, I want to thank you all for coming in. And as usual, Servant David said, manners, love, and elevation on the walk good. Until next time, yeah?
And hit that bell, and don't forget to share me out, yeah? Servant David say love, manners, and elevation. Greetings each and every one of you. Well, this is Servant David, and if you're looking for health awareness, elevation, games, stories, songs, comedy, and more, then come check me out. Servant David Show. All the man and woman them know. Content for your channel start grow. Stop right just so the all the info. You hear the name in the intro. This is Servant David Show. So comment, like, subscribe, and hit that bell, and don't forget to share me out. Yeah, Servant David say love, manners, and elevation. Greetings each and every one of you. Well, this is Servant David, and if you're looking for health awareness, elevation, games, stories, songs, comedy, and more, then come check me out. Servant David Show. All the man and woman them know. Content for your channel start grow. Stop right just so the all the info. You hear the name in the intro. This is Servant David Show. So comment, like, subscribe, and hit that bell, and don't forget to share me out. Yeah, Servant David say love, manners, and elevation.
The number one need of a male, write this down, is sex. Write that down. You didn't know that. The number one need of a male is sex. I didn't say the number one need of a man, because a man is spirit. A man needs God. But the number one need of a male is sex. Why? Because the male is designed by God to be a progenerator. That means a male is always full of seed. His purpose in life is to provide seed. That's why every male right now is carrying 500 million sperms in his loins right now. He's a seed carrier. So his number one purpose in life is to provide the genes or the generations or the generations, the genes for the generations. So a male is designed by God to produce generations. That's why when God wanted to create a nation, he never went to a woman, he went to a man, because the man carries the generations. He said, Abraham, a nation shall come from you, and Sarah will incubate the nation. So the man needs sex. The man doesn't want sex, he needs sex. Say he needs it. Men don't want sex, they need sex. A need is something that helps you function. A car doesn't want gasoline, it needs gasoline. If you don't have gasoline in the car, it stops functioning. A need is not a want. Men do not want sex. They need sex. Don't look at me so funny, lady. Say hallelujah anyhow. I'm trying to give you some education so you don't get in trouble. Now, because a man, number one need is sex, because he's driven by the divine purpose to produce seed. That's why men have no cycles. A man have no menstruation cycle. He's always ready. All the time, every day, all day, anytime, anywhere. The guy's ready. All the men say, right on. Don't look so quiet on me now. Come on, brothers, help me out here. Help me out here now. So you see, a man ain't got to build up the sex. He's just ready. And he ain't got no cycle. So he's ready even when you are not ready. Creates a problem. Now, most women who are married, especially you Christian women, some of y'all think that your husband got a demon. What's wrong with you, man? You had it last night, this morning again. What's wrong with you? And yesterday you had it the day before. You're sick, man. I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to take you to Pastor Matthew and cast out this nymphomaniac demon. You are full of the devil. And so you take your husband down to the office. You make an appointment to see Brother Matthew. I say, Pastor, my husband have a demon. He's a nymphomaniac. He won't leave his hands off me. You got to pray for him. Cast the demon out. And Brother Matthew says, I got the same demon. Can I hear an amen, brothers? Come on, Brother Matthew, help me out here. Amen, brother. That ain't no demon. All the men say amen. All the men say leave the demon alone. Your husband is not sick. He's normal. And if anybody here want to be too spiritual, any brother want to be too spiritual, if you don't have this same desire, you need prayer. Now, the question is, why is a woman's need not sex? A woman's number one need is not sex. Now, she likes sex. Sex is good for a woman, and she enjoys it. But it's not her motivational need. A woman's number one need is not sex. Write it down. Her number one need is affection. Affection is not sex, brothers. As a matter of fact, sex is the result of affection to a woman. If you give affection, you'll get your need met. Now, some of you ladies need some help. You go to bed in the night, you got on all this clothes, socks, long mitten dress, tam on your head. You got wrapped up all around your body. The guy got to fight to find something. I mean, you got to stop this. All the men are shouting now, boy. Ladies, you want to be a good wife? Make it easy. Go with nothing on. Say good night, baby. Come on to bed. I'm talking to wives now. If you ain't married, this ain't for you. Some men feel like they are raping their wives. Ladies, you ever wonder why Paul says, your body's not your own? Because sometimes you don't feel like it. The problem is he always feels like it. Now, women have 4 seasons: summer, winter, autumn, and spring. So men, you got to be sensitive. When it's winter, leave her alone. Buy her flowers, kiss her, hug her, but don't touch her. That's winter. You're out in the cold, brother. Control yourself. Right, mama? You acting so spiritual now. You know it's true. When it's winter time, baby, you don't want nobody to touch you right now. It's winter. Then there's autumn. Autumn means that things begin to change, begin to warm up a little bit. But you still ain't interested right now. Then spring comes. Spring means everything's coming back to life, baby. Let's get it on here. Then summer comes. Oh, it's so hot. She grabs you in the bed. Come on, yeah. And then there's winter again. You're in the cold again. So men, we got to be sensitive. Even though you're ready all the time, she ain't. A good marriage is built on a man who understands sensitivity and a woman who understands the need of a man. Now, I'm going to tell you something, ladies. A man doesn't want sex. I like what Paul says. Paul says, don't you be spiritual now, ladies. Talking about going on missions. I'm going to fast and pray for 3 weeks. I'm going to just, what? The Bible says, don't you go and fast and pray unless you first ask, not God, but your husband. So you can't tell your husband, the Lord told me to fast. You got to tell God, your husband told you you could. That's what the scriptures teach. And then the Bible says, and after you finish fasting, after he allows you to go and fast and pray, it says, hurry back to the bed. Why? Because Sister Mabel in the church will provide what he needs if you don't. Don't look at me funny. While you out having mission, someone on a mission with your husband. Because he doesn't want it, he needs it. Oh, I got 4 more to give you, but the time's gone. Okay. Let me just close by saying this, ladies and gentlemen. Marriage is an honorable thing, but the bed is undefiled. You keep it pure by understanding the needs.
all those white people who had AIDS in the 80s and early 90s, they didn't go anywhere. I mean, some of them died, but the AIDS virus didn't go anywhere. The people that they were in contact with, they were still spreading it, and they still have it. And it's still very prevalent in white society. There are celebrities now who are white and get AIDS and dying. You got people who are big name celebrities. Charlie Sheen, when he came out, he had HIV. It's not just Charlie Sheen. It's other people who have it. But what they do, they say it's something else, and they still hide it and put black people as the face of AIDS today.
You can get a letter from a spiritual leader that can opt you out of vaccines. But if you're going to be in that public school system, your child will be ostracized. You'll never know it. See, I was in the system, so I know. Everything that happened in the school, they always blame the child that wasn't vaccinated. That child became a pariah in the building.
You're one of the first people to really shed light on AIDS being racialized. And one person who was talking about cures and bringing forth certain cures for AIDS was a guy named Sears Miles, a brother from back in the 80s and early 90s. A lot of his stuff was really circulating heavy on the underground circuit of LA. And this brother mysteriously died, of course, around 1995.
Yeah, the Nation of Islam got in trouble for bringing Qumran from one of the African nations. I don't know if it was Ghana or Kenya, I believe, and they snatched it up as soon as Dr. Alim Muhammad. As soon as Dr. Alim Muhammad got into Atlanta, Georgia, they snatched it up. Remember, Atlanta is the headquarters of CDC. Do you remember when I said that when you deal with diseases, you're dealing with property that belongs to the government? Well, Qumran, that's a name of a drug. The name of drugs is also their property.
In the late 70s, early 80s, they had something in Atlanta called the Atlanta Child Murders, where there were dozens of black children being found dead. Many of the children were being found in the Chattahoochee River. And what was interesting about the Atlanta child murders is that the CDC was involved in the investigation, and that confused a lot of people. Why is the CDC involved in this investigation? There were a lot of rumors. One rumor was that the boys, there was some kind of chemicals being taken out of the testicles of the boys for some kind of research. There was a lot of rumors. But one thing we know that those bodies were found in the Chattahoochee River. What's interesting, fast forward to a couple of years ago, a CDC doctor, a black guy, he was found missing. He was missing for a long time, and they ended up finding his body in the same river, the Chattahoochee River. So it's a lot of strange stuff going on with the CDC in Atlanta, in that area.
And if so, when it's obese, they're actually starving. Is that interesting? You think that they're really getting some nourishment because they got so much of the body, but actually they're starving to keep looking for more food because there's no value in the food. It comes up zero. So that's why they'll eat and sleep.
Processed food is when you take one substance out of a plant and you just eat that. So you have a wheat berry, which has vitamin E and oils in it and water and minerals in it. And instead of taking the whole plant, you just take the starch out of the wheat berry and trash the rest of it. So wheat germ, oil, all that stuff. So once you take that substance out, by definition, let's call it a drug. When you isolated something from a plant, you isolate the cocaine from the cocoa leaf, you got a drug. You isolate the heroin from a poppy seed, you got a drug. When you isolate the starch from a wheat berry, you got a drug. So we're calling this thing a food when it's actually a drug.
Sugar and salt, they react with the same part of the brain as crack cocaine does to stimulate hunger, to stimulate excitement, to stimulate anger, all of these different things. So they put that in the fries, they put that in the burgers. The burgers are mixed with slime and other chemicals.
Right now, we could drink strawberry soda.
It's artificially flavored. And we read the ingredients on the can. We're not going to find strawberries as an ingredient, but it smells like strawberry and it tastes like strawberry. Why? The chemicals. The chemical capital is in New Jersey. Chemicals for your ice cream, for your burgers, your cakes, for everything. These people can take those chemicals and put it in dog manure and make it taste like chicken nuggets.
A lot of the processed foods, that's an oxymoron. This sliced 100% turkey breast that you're getting. Well, okay, what does the turkey look like? It's dry. It's a dry food. You can't wiggle it like this on a slice. Okay, that's ridiculous. It's usually at that point it's 3% meat, and they say 100% turkey breast. They're talking about 3%.
Our body frequency and the sunlight is really one. It's in one alignment. So when people want to get charged, when they want inspiration, when they want to learn the latest dance song, whatever the creative energy that we have, they plug into us. They don't necessarily get us back in kind. It's not stealing, taking away, but we have that ability to charge any and everything with our thoughts, with a touch. That's why so many babies are raised, on a plantation. Who's raising them? Black mothers.
You get sick eating processed foods. Processed foods have to be preserved. And you only preserve that which is dead.
The average woman is hemorrhaging. She doesn't know she's hemorrhaging. The average woman is bleeding 5, 6, 7, 8 days. That is hemorrhaging. We're really just no more than 1, 2, or 3 days tops, and maybe a few drops of blood, if that much. Because when you lose that blood, it's coming out of the brain. And that's how come we become hysterical, mood swings, angry, hostile. They find that there's more women that went into prison during the time of their menstrual flow. That's when they're most violent to themselves and to their family.
White women, their uterus, the reproductive organ with which to house a newborn or a child or a fetus, their bodies are not able to hold them as much as the original Black and brown women. So now they're getting transplants, these uteral transplants, while Black women are encouraged to get hysterectomies. You can't even say, hey, listen, drink carrot juice. Carrot juice will cure you of cancer. The FDA will send you a letter and tell you you're using carrot juice in a way that makes carrot juice a drug. And that drug has not been tested.
Because sugar's a few molecules away from crack and cocaine, and everybody's addicted. It's a legal drug, so it looks normal. And so it's the same thing as snorting it up. Because sugar is where at the brain, so we become senile at a young age, forgetful. It's where at the nervous system, so we get traumatized, we get stressed out, we can get violent just after having a few donuts and a soda and some coffee with some sugar.
Crack was used on monkeys 13 years at least before Freeway Rick got his hands on it, before the CIA was pushing him to make the money to give back to Ronald Reagan to fight the Contras in Nicaragua because Congress wasn't giving him the approved amount of funds he needed.
In the 1960s and 70s here in Los Angeles, the guy, the hustler, the dude who was the man in LA was Tootie Reese. Now, Tootie Reese was the predecessor to Freeway Rick. In fact, he was Freeway Rick's idol. Freeway Rick loved him, and he patterned himself after Tootie Reese. Tootie Reese went up to the Bay Area, and he got with some people up there, and up in Oakland, crack was already circulating, or freebase was already circulating. There was a book out of Oakland that was published there called The Pleasures of Cocaine in 1976. This book actually had the formula on how to make crack. They didn't call it that at the time. They had different formulas of how to freebase cocaine. One formula was using ether. Another formula was using baking soda. So the concoction of using baking soda to rock up cocaine came from this one particular book in 1976 that was published in Oakland.
Well, when I started selling drugs, there was this guy that everybody used to talk about, Tootie Reese, Tootie Reese, Tootie Reese. I had a glance a couple times of him passing by in his Porsche. I think I heard about Tootie almost instantly after I got in the business. He was definitely a legend in circles. And it couldn't have been more than a year, 6 months, me being in the business, that I started to hear about this guy named Tootie Reese that owned everything.
So when Tootie Reese came down here, many people believe that he brought that formula with him, and then it circulated on the streets of LA. And then later on, Freeway Rick and other street dudes got that formula. And after Tootie Reese got locked up in the early 80s, that's when Freeway Rick became the guy out here.
People would come by and they would be like, in the mornings, like before work, and they'd be like, wow, I want to get high, I ain't got no utensils, I ain't got no way to cook it up. And we started having utensils around for the cooking, and then eventually we started cooking it up and started calling it Ready Rock. So that way that they could just put it right on the pipe, get it and going to work and wouldn't have to worry about cooking it up for themselves.
When crack came along, all the homies was basing. Now they was basing like Richard Pryor base. That's when you take the ether, swirl around, and make crystallized trees, and you scrape it off, and you put it in the pipe, and it strain.
There was a rumor that Richard Pryor's dealer was Tootie Reese. Many people believe that Tootie Reese was Richard Pryor's dealer. He was the one who sold him the freebase that Richard would use. In 1980, I think it was, Richard Pryor, he burned himself up ether basing. He was using ether trying to rock up the cocaine, and ether is very dangerous. So that's how Richard Pryor, he blew himself up, burned himself up. It was all over the news when people were talking about freebase. Freebase was being talked about in the mainstream media. So drug dealers who were using ether base or selling ether base, it became hot for them. So they had to change that formula. They had to use the baking soda formula. And the baking soda formula made people rock cocaine. It was cheaper, so more people could get it, and it spread faster. So that was the correlation.
And I never was a good drug dealer. When I tried to be a drug dealer, I bought a key of cocaine. I gave it out with everybody to sell, and everyone came back short. Everybody had a story, this, that, and that. And I'm like, when I'm reading this code book we were talking about, I'm supposed to kill you, so torture you, I'm supposed to shoot you.
When I started, they were still ether basing when I first started. But there were guys that were starting to cook it with baking soda. The guy who first turned me on is a guy by the name of Stefan Moore. Rest in peace. He was the first one that started to teach me how to cook it with baking soda.
So the legal drugs that are being used are all in the inner cities. You have all of the pharmaceutical agencies dishing out tons of drugs for free, some of them. They even pay you to take these drugs, these legal pharmaceutical drugs, and they call it a crazy check when you get paid to take these drugs.
My supplier was an operative for the CIA, Danilo Blandone. Gary Webb had been following Danilo around, trying to figure out his connections to the CIA and Contras. Gary found me when I was downtown San Diego MCC, fighting my case. And he came in and said he had information that he could offer us.
Gary Webb was a journalist. He was very instrumental in the Freeway Rick case, the Freeway Rick story. He exposed a lot of the government's involvement with bringing cocaine and putting it on the streets of LA. So he exposed a lot of things. And as a white person, you're not supposed to do that. That's getting off code. And it's not surprising that Gary Webb ended up dead. They said that he committed suicide, but Gary Webb had 2 gunshots to his head. They said he shot himself in the head twice. How do you do that?
Pedophilia. They have to normalize everything that is in their actual culture. Their actual culture. Now, I know some people might be offended by this, but pedophilia had nothing to do with the origins in Africa. It had nothing to do with Asia entirely. It had nothing to do with the origins of us natural, original people.
There are a lot of schools that they have to teach about that and let the children talk about their transgender. Now, you know, when you're that little, when you're 5 and 6 and 7 years old, children don't know anything about sex unless they've been molested or exposed to it some kind of way. And they still don't know what to call it then, okay, if they've been traumatized or something like that. But the way it's set up now, they have laws where they have to teach that. Bobby has 2 days, you know, Millie has 2 Mollies. They're teaching all of this stuff and putting it in our children's head who are very imaginative.
And then we saw a movement that wants to now legalize the raping of children, the molestation of the children. We're dealing with the level of animals that we're dealing with.
It's happening once again for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual, queer. Now they're pushing. Because we know pedophilia is not accepted. Right? So what do? Well, since everybody's getting their own sexual orientation, everybody will get our own. So according to the American Psychiatric Association, they have petitioned to switch pedophilia and to give it its own sexual orientation like lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual, queer, and straight. And so they're switching it into something called pedosexual. Oh, you scared to death, bro.
say, I told you.
Women and men with certain skin conditions, hydrating conditions better than any over-the-counter product, guaranteed to have visibly brighter and smoother skin in less than a week. To order, visit srgcosmetics.com or call 407-706-5544. SRG Products, bringing perfect beauty.
Everybody, that product is in Jamaica. You know, say custom teas, man, a custom day. I sell them one, sell it back, but not under my dead body. No, I will sell it today. The blood of Jesus. You understand?
Let's greetings each and every one of you. Well, this is Servant David. And if you're looking for health awareness, elevation, games, stories, songs, comedy, and more, then come check me out. Servant David Show. Having man and woman, them know. Content for your channel start grow. Stop right just so be all the info. You hear the name in the intro. This is Servant David Show. So comment, like, subscribe, and hit that bell. And don't forget to share me out. Yeah? Servant David say love, manners, and elevation.
Bless greetings each and every one of you. Well, if you enjoyed, I want you to hit that thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, and hit that bell. But if you didn't like it, go ahead and hit the thumbs down. But then again, let me know why you didn't like it and why you hit the thumbs down. That way, I can work on it and improve to make you, and you happier. As usual, Servant David said, manners, love, and elevation, yeah?
My name is Billy Bob Joe Johnson, John Flower Hall, corner of the cob, and I watch Servant Davis show every chance I get. Yeah, that's a fact. Tune in, subscribe. You get gospel, comedy, and all type of stuff. Yeah, I love it.
Blessed day to each and every one of you. Well, I just want to kind of musically show you a little, different side of me. So just, kind of taking it and bear with it. This is something kind of head top. When I say head top, I mean, Lord of love, may He protect us from all the evil. Hail to the King now, a whole lot of love. And I'm up and down, me in and out, my God, now let me down. And I'm coming in and me going out, my God, now let me down. And I'm ups and down, me in and out, my God, now let me down. And I'm coming in and me going out, my God, now let me down. Me coulda get on the mountain or in the valley, my God, now let me down. The bills want pay and me don't have no money, my God, now let me down. You coulda pregnant and you don't know the daddy, my God, now let you down. Run down, me in and out, my God, now let me down. That's why me just hail to the King now, a whole lot of love from evil. Hail to the King now, a whole lot of love. May He protect us. Some say, hear me when I call, that my righteousness, me said, out of sin, Lord. When me look and say, when I was in distress, Almighty God cheered me up and He heard my prayer. Well then, it's God alone me fear and no other one. So you fi come and tread in this veteran, but you have a Ben up here and a big M1, and you no stop murder man from over Uncle Sam. You da chill by yourself far in a gang. You are go dead from your this Almighty one kind no care where your bank as I him you come from. God in me heart and the Bible in me hand. Me will walk any hill and climb any mountain and sing ups and down, in and out. My God, now let me down. And I'm coming in and me coming out. Hail to the King now, a whole lot of love. May He protect us from the evil. Hail to the King, hail to the King now, a whole lot of love from evil. Up and down, in and out, my God, now let me down. Hey, and I'm coming in and me coming out, my God, now let me down. And I'm up and down, me in and out, my God, now let me down. And I'm coming in and me coming out, my God, now let me down. Hail to the King now, a whole lot of love from the Eden. Hail to the King, hail to the King now, a happy love. May He protect us. Okay, our next word. Hail to the King, a whole lot of love from all the Eden. Hail to the King, hail to the King now, a whole lot of love
and protect us from evil.